Good morning. How is everyone today? It is Monday. Somehow, some way. I don't even understand how it's Monday already today, but it is. And welcome back to another Monday reading sprint. I am happy to be here today. It has been a morning already. Let me tell you, I woke up this morning and usually I get up and I do a little something first and then I make my coffee and breakfast. Well, I went to make my coffee and I'm getting all the stuff out and the coffee is brewing. And then I realize we have no creamer, we have no milk. And that if I want coffee this morning, because I will not drink it black, I need to go and either pick up milk and creamer or like get some coffee. So I did what every normal person would do and I just went and got coffee instead of going to the grocery store, even though I had to pass the grocery store to get to the coffee place. Anyway, got my coffee, came back, and I was sitting here drinking it and went, I really don't want to drink out of plastic. And so I put it in my Panda mug, which I had out on the counter from when I was going to make coffee, just to realize that right next to my mug was the coffee creamer. Because apparently this morning I needed coffee in order to make my coffee. That's how my day's going so far. Let me know how your day is going. So, I don't have a lot of plans for today. I am hoping to get a lot of reading done. I'm going to be starting with Souls of Black Folk. And then once I'm done with a essay in there, I'm going to be switching to 4321, which has gotten so interesting, guys. This book is far surpassing my expectations for it. I think it might be a 5-star, but it's definitely going to be a 4-star read, if nothing else, unless, let's be honest, things can happen at the end of books that ruin it. But yeah, I like organized my bookshelves and shuffled things around a little bit so that that's all set up. I made a little shrine to David Copperfield that you can see right there. Look, I even made a light for it. It's on remote control. It's the little things in life, I tell you. And apparently, I don't know how, I can even change the color of the light behind it, to make it a little more festive. Supposedly it's supposed to go green. That doesn't look green to me. Oh, it's not even on anymore. Oh, there we go. Now it's green, but I feel like that should be the color for Wicked. Anyway, so I put some puck lights on my bookshelves. I need to get a few more so that they're satisfying in lighting the areas I want them to. Okay, what was I saying? Yeah, okay, I need to finish my coffee. I'm going to be reading 2 different books today. And then the main other thing that I want to do today is clean my house. Like I cleaned last week, but because of the bookshelves, not as much as I normally would. And then I definitely got burnt out and stopped picking up after myself. So every room is just a little bit cluttered. You know how that is? Anyway, let me see what you guys are doing and are up to today. Diana says, hello, good morning. You don't know what you're going to focus on yet today. That's okay. Some of us are still having coffee. Hey, Elkie, how's your day going? I know I haven't seen you around for a while. Yes, I'm glad you love the snowman. Isn't he the cutest thing? Sorry, I like the comments, so I'm going wild with them. But isn't he the cutest thing? He's so happy. And then he's like, hey, this is the book. I love him. I saw him and I was like, ooh, you need to be added. And I feel like him and my panda, you know how pandas like snow? I feel like my panda's romping in the snow here. Going up. Oh, oh, finish your coffee, Nicole. Finish your coffee. It's going to be a day, guys. Good morning, Kat. How are you doing today? Happy Monday to you as well. I know. Typical Monday with no creamer. Exactly. This is what happens when you can't get your creamer. Life just becomes hard. There could be no barriers to making coffee. I've definitely had those mornings where making the coffee was so hard and needed it so bad that I couldn't figure out why the machine wasn't making coffee until I realized I hadn't added water. Yep, I've had those mornings too, where I'm like, can somebody make me some coffee so I can make this coffee? And thank you, Elkie. I know they've come together so well. I absolutely love them. Hello, Crochet Mima. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you as well. Yes, they've come together so nicely. And Angela, third into the Box of Delights. I still think of the Chronicles of Narnia every time you mention that. How's it going? Oh, it's an old British children's classic. Ooh, fantasy fiction. Oh, so it is kind of like Chronicles of Narnia vibe. Do you think it's based off the Chronicles of Narnia? Like, I don't think that's what the treat was called or referred to. I don't know why. That just makes me think of Box of Delight in Chronicle of Narnia. And it's 5 star for you. Ooh, that's so exciting. And Kat's saying your school is practicing for their Christmas play. Are you in school, Kat? Did you just start school or have you been in school this whole time that I've known you? I don't know why this is news to me. And you're going to work later this week. Okay, just for a couple of hours each day. All right. Well, you've got your work cut out for you. Good morning, Anne. How are you? Putting your home back together. How'd the party go? I hope it went well. And yeah, I can totally understand that. Like, okay, now to put everything away. Good mornings to Angela. Hey, Nicole, how are you? Well, you're off work. I was going to say, I haven't seen you in a while. Well, welcome. I'm glad you had the day off. Trying to catch up with your reindeer readathon plans. And going to the dentist. Ooh, well, hopefully your dentist appointment goes well and is not a big deal. And reading A Court of Wings and Ruin. Nice. I hope you enjoy. And Kat saying hello to everybody. And thank you. I know yeah, that's my favorite part, having all the books on them. And like I got my book ladder in this week and it's like, I need to come up with more excuses to have to climb up and down this ladder. Like I was thinking this morning, like I really just feel like taking books on and off the shelf because I haven't been able to do that in so long that it's just super satisfying. I'm going to move this back just slightly so that I'm not like down here in the snow with Frosty. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I know. Yeah, getting them organized on the shelf, such a good feeling. Good morning, Denise. How are you doing? And you're still reading The Bear and the Nightingale on your phone? Oh, I cannot do that. I can barely read it on an e-reader, but I am jealous of those of you who can do it on your phone because then you can literally read anywhere, anytime, because who doesn't always have their phone on them? I bring my books everywhere, but you know how it is. And 42% enjoying it, making coffee, got the laundry in. Ooh, you're on top of it. Yeah, I need to get my laundry in. Okay, good point. And you're Title One tutor. Oh, okay. Okay, I did not realize that, Kat. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking you were doing because I know you were working. I probably made up some job in my mind. Published in 1935. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look this up, Angela. I'm gonna like totally have to research the background of this book because it is just triggering some bell in my mind for some reason that I don't totally understand. Anyway, that's the last comment that I can see. I'm excited to get reading today, so I just want to like jump right in and get going. First, I'm probably going to look up Box of Delights. But anyway, let me get our timer going. I already have it set for our first 45 minutes. So we'll do 45 minutes to start, and then we'll do an hour the rest of the day. We'll probably be sitting over here by the books. It is raining for sure outside where I am today. And I think it's supposed to rain all day today. Like the skies are gray. There's not a break in them anywhere. And it's been raining since before I woke up this morning at 6 a.m. So I think that's the schedule for the day is rain. Anyway, here's our first 45 minutes. Happy reading, and I'll see you back at the break. All right, welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Oh my gosh, guys, could I crash into my computer more? So, if you saw at the beginning of this sprint, I was trying to turn my ring light off, and instead I pulled the cord to my camera and knocked that over. So, you got a nice view of my keyboard for a second there. And then later, I got up to grab my planner and stuff, and then kicked the whole like setup I have here. And so then that moved. It's just gonna be it's going to take a while for me to wake up. That's all I'll say. So I did read the entire time, except for the last few minutes when I finished the essay I was reading. But I read another essay out of The Souls of Black Folk by W.E.B. Du Bois. And the essay I read was Of the Faith of the Fathers. And wow, was that such an interesting um, book. So I remember reading at the beginning of this book, I forget what Du Bois' profession was. I think he is a sociologist, anthropologist, something like that. I think he's a sociologist. I don't totally remember. I'll try and see if I can find out. But anyway, this whole book is a collection of essays that he wrote in studying um, the African American people in post Reconstruction US. And he just brings up so many interesting topics that up to that date, no one had really studied or looked at concerning people. One, the whole field was still in some ways kind of new, even though people had always been, writing their observations of people. But then I think the second aspect of that is that particularly in the US, no one cared about the African American people. I mean, they were just barely freed slaves and may have been considered completely human at that point. Um, and so he wrote a whole bunch of essays just being like, look, the inner lives of these people and their culture and everything is so rich and interesting and different. So in this particular essay that I read, he was talking about just how the religion of Black people in America changed from the time that they left Africa up to the present day that he was living in. And he talks about all the stages of the church during that time period. He talks about how the religion is made up of the preacher, the music, and what he calls the frenzy. He gives a lot of just understanding of the religion at the time. And then I think really fascinating were two particular moments that he pointed out. One was where he talked about how, let me see if I can find it. Oh, yes. He talked about how because of the African roots of religion in thought life um, at the time, that for a transplanted African coming to the US as a slave, that would have been viewed as like evil having won out over good. Partially just because of what their religious beliefs would have been back in Africa. Like they would have definitely seen as part of their religion that it was a battle between good and evil, very common in religion in general, but that how because of all the mechanisms and things they found involved, that they would have viewed slavery as being like evil has finally won. And then he then talks about how they would have moved from that religious mindset, how sort of Buddhism would have become more popular in religion for a time amongst African Americans, why that would be. He talks about why a lot of them ended up being Baptist and how that was sort of just another movement in religious belief. And how that would come about. He talks about why there are so many African Americans, which is true today, who are Baptists and so few who are other denominations, and how the roots of that in slavery. He talks about the way that young African Americans, both in the South and the North, have to live just to be part of culture, and how the price of culture is a lie. which I thought was an amazing line. And then he concludes it all um, about talking about how religion for the African American moved from being something where they saw, hey, everything's going to work out and life is going to be better in the afterlife, to the civil rights movement, not the civil rights movement, I'm sorry, to emancipation and the entire Civil War being viewed as, no, the coming of the Lord is happening now, and how they would have at that time viewed it as like God's triumph, and that they're going to live the good life now, and then what happened religiously after that. Just a super fascinating read. And if I can find the article online, I will link it in the comments for you guys in case you're interested in reading it. So that was my super detailed explanation of what I did during my reading sprint. I will be switching from this book and I will be reading 4321 by Paul Auster the rest of the day. Very different books. But I'm looking forward to getting back into that one. So let me see how you guys did. When we left off, I was telling Angela, I don't know why, I got obsessed with this idea of the Box of Delights. And I had to look up the story, Angela, and it turns out like there doesn't seem to be any inspiration from the Chronicles of Narnia, unlike I think. But he did have some very interesting reasons for writing the story. Like he wanted to explore child psychology, which I thought was really fascinating. He also wanted to write a simpler story. He felt like a lot of stories and a lot of children's stories had too many plot devices and too many complicated things going on. And so he wanted a much simpler, straightforward story. It really made me want to read this story. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. Kat was saying hello to Denise, and that you're working 4 days instead of 2 like you did last year. Maybe that's all it is that I'm noticing, is that you've mentioned work a bit more recently. And good morning, Lisa. How are you doing? You squealed. I know, they're so lovely. They're so wonderful. I also squealed when I saw them finished. I've been doing a happy dance all week. And Angela got the recommendation from Miranda Mills. Oh, okay. Takes place over Christmas. Yeah. And it talked about how his inspiration was Christmas and Christmas stories. And Kat will be listening to Devolution. Nice. Yeah, because you guys have your book club discussion coming up soon, right? And good morning, Julie. How are you today? Starting your last week of work. Yay, until the new year. You started The God of the Woods. Ooh, that's been a popular one. And you're loving it. Great. It's always good when you like things that are like, going around that you hear about. And Krishi Mima is working on Door to Door Bookstore. Ooh, I haven't heard that one, but that sounds cute. You have to leave for a bit. Okay, I hope you're able to come back and you make it back for the second sprint or one of the other sprints. Hey, Alex, how did you forget Monday? Yeah, probably because we just did Saturday, so that kind of felt like Monday. And then you probably were just trying to forget Monday in general, which is totally understandable. Good morning, Karen. How are you doing? You're reading David Copperfield? Did you see my David Copperfield shrine? It's right there. Like this is gonna be way too much fun, guys. I'm such a nerd. But like I'll just leave it there for a moment because that is gonna be my like best book ever shrine. And I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be the David Copperfield shrine because like let's just be real. I don't think I'm ever going to like a book better than that one. And it's ready in there and waiting for me to reread. I might have to do a reread of it this year. But then, do you ever have that fear where you're like, I don't know if I want to reread my favorite book because what if I don't like it as much again? But then again, I reread The Phantom Tollbooth last year. And I reread it twice. And that was just as good the second and third and like really for me 100th time. So anyway, I hope you enjoy it, Karen. Alex finished Everyone This Christmas Has a Secret. Nice. You woke up this morning entertaining but meh. Ah, darn. And you're rereading the first Sookie Stackhouse vampire book. Ooh, so bad but so fun. Oh, that sounds good. I haven't heard of that one, but I love it. Watching back the beginning, need coffee to be able to make coffee. Yeah, exactly. I think we've all been there. And see, I lit the shelf again for you. I'm glad they're a gift to you all. Right. I know it's Turkish. Maybe that's what the connection is that I hear Box of Delights and I just think Turkish Delights. And then I think I've always imagined Turkish Delight being little boxed candies, even though that's not what it is. But when I was a child, since I didn't know what it was, that's what I imagined it was, because that's what I would have wanted. And you were teasing your dog that he would totally sell us out for Turkish Delight. You're talking about Narnia for some reason, and the dog jumped in your lap and looked at him and just knew yeah, I totally feel that. My dog was a total candy holic, especially chocolates. And fortunately for her, because she would hunt them out, she did not have reactions to chocolate other than like maybe having a bit of a caffeine high. We tried to keep it from her, but like she would literally, if you had chocolate anywhere and she could leap on top of something to get it when you weren't looking, she was stealth about it. And she would have betrayed us to the White Witch for some chocolate, for sure. Good morning, Lynn. How are you? You're currently reading a sci-fi novella, The Mimicking of Known Successes. Great title. Hey, Essie, how are you doing? You're halfway through The Briar House. It jumps around the storyline a lot. Okay, enjoying it, but ready for, yeah, I know that feeling. I don't mind a non-linear one, but linear is definitely my favorite. Hello, Camilla. How are you? I hope you're doing well. And good morning, Christina. How are you? Yes, check the laundry. Oh, I still have to start the laundry. Thanks for the reminder, Christina. It helps. And now we have a mystery. A child obviously went home with no shoes. Must be a young child? You found a pair of kids' shoes in the den that don't belong to anyone who lives here. Interesting. Good luck with that. They probably got carried out asleep, maybe. And good morning, Natalie. Still annotating your way through Pride and Prejudice. Oh, yeah, I remember you were saying you were like re-annotating because you lost your annotated copy. Okay, 50% through, almost there. Also have a few audiobooks for hands-free, eye-free readings you can clean. Yeah, and make a batch of winter tea. Ooh, that sounds nice. What's in your winter tea? Or is it like just a winter tea, that like a tea bag? Or do you like make your own blend? Let me know. And I feel like I'm supposed to have an audiobook, but I don't think I do right now. Kristen, good morning. How are you? You're going to mostly be working during sprints today, all right? At least the first chunk, and helping yourself track enough to make time. Wow, can't read. Hoping to keep yourself on track enough to make time for reading. I hope you're able to as well. Good morning, Christina. Ooh, Dr. Zavago. Let me know how you like it. Diana. Ooh, time to make the cookie dough. Anybody remember that Dunkin' Donuts commercial? Like, time to make the coffee? No, it's like the donuts. Back when the donuts were the things that Dunkin' Donuts focused on. Anyone notice that? They shifted from donuts to coffee. Understandably, because at this point, their coffee is much better than their donuts. And Lisa just finished Olive Kitteridge. Nice. 4 stars. Not bad. Kat made oatmeal and 157 out of 282. Ooh, you'll finish today. Maybe, depending on how much time you have. Denise spent the whole sprint trying to Christmas shop online. Oh, good luck. I hate doing that. And you've been waiting for list. Oh, yeah. Oh, she texted them to you already. Okay. Finding a catcher's mitt. Why do people send those things? Like, either send me the exact link to the catcher's mitt that you know you want, or don't ask me for it. Like, don't make me search online for your random item. Oh, the video got paused somehow. Oh no, you almost missed coming back to the chat. I swear at one point I almost paused the video. Like, I hit my computer and everything. The screen flickered. You're still here. So, unlike Saturday, hopefully we won't have any internet connection issues. But if we do, and the screen all suddenly goes black, it's because I've been disconnected from my internet, but I will come back. So if it's not 9 p.m. tonight, I will come back and I'll just watch in the chat and I'll let you know what's happening. And you love the box of delights. Oh, nice. I know, isn't it? It's so interesting. There's so many good essays in there. Like, they're dense. It's beautiful. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm gonna look up the Box of Delights as well. And oh yes, do read David Copperfield. Like that was not an accident, but I used that as the book that I annotated from. You don't know what you have against Dickens, but you don't want to read him. Oh, because a lot of people talk some smack about him, and understandably so. I will get us to our sprint in just a second, guys. You were going to ask where your inaugural bookshelf book was. Now you know. I wanted to make sure you guys wouldn't miss it. Oh, yay for finishing to Lisa. Always said you would read David Copperfield, but haven't. You should add it for 2025. This is like subtle brainwashing going on over here, guys. You don't find that it is a simple story. Oh, really? That's interesting. So he didn't quite make it on that point. So much action and adventure that you find yourself going back and having to reread paragraphs. Oh, interesting. Interesting that that's his idea of simple. Uh, and you should, though, like I said on Voxer, what you want, read what you want, but reading the classics just helps make connections. So maybe you should read his work. Yeah, possibly. You never know. You never know. Bye, Kat. Thanks for coming by. I am glad you were able to join for a little while as well. Have a great Monday. Christina has her coffee. Nice. Yes, time to make the donuts. I know, I do too. I say it all the time. No one said anything about the shoes, Anne. They're just well, because who's going to say something? The kid? Clearly not. And almost ready for the second coffee, but not ready to be productive yet. Fair. And it's not tea. Oh, okay. It's whole orange, whole lemon, fresh ginger, fresh turmeric. Ooh. And you drink that? Writing that down. Thank you, Natalie, for sharing your recipe. And I love the name, Winter Tea. Hey, Atia, how are you doing? Oh, there's more to the recipe. You put it into jars, let it sit at room temperature for 12 hours, then refrigerate. Oh, and use by the teaspoon. Oh, okay. All right. I now have a winter tea blend. All right, let me get to these last couple of comments and then we'll go to our sprint for sure. Do you remember the Wish book? Oh yeah, that put it out every year. Yeah, could look through it and circle what they wanted. Yes. And Toys R Us? No. Target. Target used to do that. But now that I've moved, I haven't gotten that. But yeah, those of us who are buying the presents are still paper people. Right? Hey, Dee Dee, how are you this morning? Hello to you. I hope you're well. Natalie, usually make green tea. I could see that and add the winter tea. Yeah, I could definitely see that for sure. I'm writing this all down, Natalie. Thank you so much. Dee Dee's not reading at the moment. Currently at your rental property, waiting for the inventory inspection to be completed. Nice. Almost there. I know you've been working on this for a while. At least it seems like a while to me. And taking a Victorian lit class. Ooh, do you know what you're reading by Dickens? That sounds fun. You're hoping to read David Copperfield as your book club is thinking of reading Demon Copperhead in the new year. I'm hoping to read that this year as well. But I was hoping to read it last year and it didn't happen, so we'll see. And hello to Christina. And yeah, we all need to make that winter tea recipe. And you are almost finished. Good. All right, that is the last comment I can see for now. I'm going to go ahead and reset our timer. So we have 60 minutes on our clock here. Oops, maybe if I pull up the right timer, that will help. And yeah, let me reset it so it shows you guys the 60 minutes that we have, and we will go into our first hour-long sprint. And yeah, I will see you guys all in that hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went really well. I first went and did a little bit of tidying up around the house. I mentioned earlier that was one of my goals for today. So I'm going to spend about the first 15 minutes of every sprint doing that. And then I spent the rest of the time reading 4321 by Paul Auster. And I was mentioning before that I was already enjoying this book. My appreciation and enjoyment of this book went up significantly during this sprint because I kid you not, like right before the sprint, we were talking about David Copperfield, my favorite book of all time. And I haven't mentioned that my least favorite book that I ever read was Catcher in the Rye. Well, guess what? Two books just got mentioned in my book. One, David Copperfield, which the character in this book not only quoted the opening line of that book, but also took a moment to talk about how he really likes Charles Dickens, and then immediately followed that comment by talking about how he had found himself at odds with Holden Caulfield, the main character in Catcher in the Rye, who in the opening of the book refers to the David Copperfield crap. And then he goes on to say, and good as J.D. Salinger might have been, he wasn't fit to shine Charles Dickens' shoes. Done. I can go on the rest of the day, read nothing else, and be happy. So that was just like a nice, like, full circle, brought all my things together. Anyway, um, yeah, so that was great. Oh, yeah, Natalie, I still need to write down your recipe. Natalie was telling us about what she put in her winter tea. And yes, please do post on Discord. And Christina, you use your rewards to do Christmas shopping. That makes sense. Yep. And then it all gets done online. Yeah. Just does not have the same feel. I know. It really doesn't somehow. It's like you have it not done it yet and you need to walk to the stores with bags. Yeah, totally. I went last week to our local mall, which is right up the street from us, and it's like a super tiny mall, which some people hate. I hate shopping, so I love the fact that it's a super tiny mall. Um, and like it literally just is like a little L-shaped mall. And there's more than enough stores in there for me to get everything that I need for everyone. And so it was so delightful, but it was so fun to be like going through the mall and I had my little bags and things to return and looking at things and getting ideas. And I'm like, oh, this is so good. I don't know, especially for Christmas shopping, because you can like find something in every store, even if you don't know what you want to get people. And I feel like that's harder to do online. Online shopping is good if you know what you're getting. Yes, exactly. The feeling of accomplishment. And it was Sears that first came out with the Christmas Wish book. Yeah, I know. Who didn't love those books as a child? Exactly. David Copperfield, Bleak House, Nicholas Nickleby. Are we just like spouting Charles Dickens names? Like, is there? Oh, I had asked you which books that you were reading. Ooh, you guys are reading some good books in that class, Anne. Yes. Okay, I'm reading Nicholas Nickleby right now. I just started it this weekend. And then I'm putting it off until I finish 4321, which I'm hoping to finish by the end of this week. And then I'll be reading Nicholas Nickleby the rest of the month and into January. And Natalie was saying the same, you use the rewards to purchase gifts online, but it's not the same. But it also, yeah, it does save from the crowded stores. Now, I live in a college town. All the college students have basically gone home for winter break, so our mall's empty. Because our mall is like big enough for when the college students are here, which doubles the size of the town. But then when they're gone, it's like spacious because there's nobody there, especially during the day. And yeah, Sears, yeah. Yeah, Sears, J.C. Penney's, like they were hard to tell apart at one point. And yes, the no peopling part is huge. Yes. Hello, Amber. How are you reading? Ooh, The Book Thief. How are you liking it? I have heard very good things about that. Hey, Ricardo. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I hope all things are well with you. Hey, I never heard. How did your trip go? I think I asked you last time, but I think you had already left by the time I asked because I think you were just popping in. And hello, Claire. You're starting to read Stoner. Ooh, I have heard that a lot of people like this book. That's the word on the street. That's what I've noticed. Peter. And Dee Dee wants to know, Anne, if you've read Bleak House before. Atia got to 33% in Guilt in Gina Toan? Gina Tan? Okay. And made some phone calls for doctor's appointments. Sounds good. Good progress. Christina got dressed, made bed, decided on supper. That's always important. Got the iron and work on some pants. Alex got no reading done. Video call with your sister and niece. That sounds fun, though. And Lynn made it to 76% through your novella. Hello, Sue. How are you? Oh, no, you slept through your alarm. Well, hopefully that wasn't a big deal. Is that the new name for you, Ricardo? And Alex, you're just reading the vampire book. Oh, that's fun. Oh, and she's loving it. Oh, I'm glad she likes it. That is satisfying when somebody likes the book you recommend. And Julie also hates shopping. Yep. Oh, well, yeah. Bookstores, of course, accepted. I'm fascinated. Yeah. Oh no. Though I too, Julie, can relate to that. I am so fascinated by people who are like, I love clothes shopping. I could go every day. I know. No, honey. Uh-uh. And you've done all your Christmas shopping, Alex. Nice. Ooh, all online. Not as festive, but convenient. Yes, I feel like that's the bottom line. Like, I don't feel like anybody finds online shopping festive. Mention if you do, but I feel like we all find it convenient. And Denise is still shopping. Ooh, found the glove. Good job. And she's a serious athlete. Yeah, I bet she is. Yeah, very specific sports equipment, but not very specific links, apparently. Like to start with a special expensive gift and then other items on the list. Nice. Sounds like you've got a good process going. And working on Daisy's list now. Nice. You have a huge mall. Oh yeah. You don't think you've been there in 5 years. Oh gosh, you get anxiety attacks and going. I can understand that. Huge malls can be super visually and sound and just sensory overwhelming, like for everyone. I don't know who thought. Like at one point malls were okay and then they just kept going. And then there's lights everywhere and I swear they're flashing half of them. And then they're like, and then music everywhere, but not the same music and it's loud and oh. And Ricardo, your trip was lovely. Oh, saw a lot of cathedrals, museums, and histories. Oh, yeah. Did a bookstore little itinerary. Ooh, and bought 15 books. It does sound like a nice trip. Well, that's good. I'm glad you had a great trip, even though it was a while ago now. And Dee Dee's now home and eaten. Okay, unpack the cars with all the stuff, right? Settle into your book, either A Good Girl's Guide to Murder or Faybound. Okay, very nice. I hope you enjoy whichever one you pick. And you love shopping for people. Right, H. Yeah, that's true. Shopping for someone else, Ricardo, you're right, is like way more fun than shopping for yourself. Shopping for yourself is like, oh, it's got to be practical. It's got to fit. It's got to whatever. Shopping for other people is like, yay, gift giving time. Hey, Sherry, how are you? The only thing you have to do today is go for a run. So you're hoping to finish off the 3 books you're reading. Nice. Well, I hope you get it all in. And Lynn's also a no on the clothes shopping. Give you a book at a craft store. Right, exactly. And hello to Ricardo from Christina. You went to New York City. Ooh, this Strand. Yes. Oh, and Bloomingdale's. I mean, Bloomingdale's, especially in New York City, is nice, but again, way, way too much. But the Strand, which is probably larger, perfectly fine. I was telling my best friend the other day, I think everybody likes shopping. It's just everybody likes shopping for their favorite thing. And then after that, it's like, I don't want to shop for any of the other things. And hello, Allison. Just got your second cup of coffee. Nice. And reading Powerless by Lauren Roberts. Very nice. I hope you enjoy it and have a good day today. Having trouble switching comments. Oh, okay. What's going on here? Let's see here. We're just gonna Okay, well, nope, still didn't work. There we go. That was a lot of effort just to get that up. Hello, Hannah. How are you? You're reading Tomorrow's Treasure. Ooh, haven't heard of that one. Hope you like it. And now my comments just jumped and I can't see them. It's a riot over here. And a hello to Hannah and Julie, even at Target. Yeah, it's so overwhelming. You just disassociate, so you don't know what's going on. I feel like that's a good coping strategy right there. I can like just barely handle Target for a small period of time. But you know what store I can't handle, even though it's practically the same store, is Walmart. And I think it's just a change in lighting and colors. But for some reason, I can handle one, and the other one, I just visually and mentally, like, I get physically exhausted from going, I just don't like shopping at all. And you're reading, oh, and then your comment popped up again. See, something weird happened in StreamYard just then that wasn't you, Hannah. And this is your first time ever doing sprints. Oh, well, welcome. I'm glad you could join, and I hope you enjoy it. So that's always fun. We like having new people come and join us. And you've only read David Copperfield. Well, you're in for a lot more Dickens then. Are you guys reading all of them? Like the entirety of the books? Because that's a lot. I mean, is it just a semester course, Anne? Because that's a lot of pages. I mean, I guess you have a few months, but good luck. Dee Dee, you have a question about the Norton Critical Editions. Are these good first read books? No. Nope. Uh-uh. No, because what you will find about the Norton Critical Editions is it really is about the critical essays at the back of the book. There are not as many footnotes in there as you think there would be. I would, Dee Dee, recommend if you want a classic because you're just like getting familiar with the text and you just want enough context that you're not lost, is to either go with the Barnes and Noble's classics or with the Modern Library. Both of them make the font bigger so you're not like stressed out reading your classic. And they have footnotes or endnotes, but there's not like 5 million of them. And they very rarely spoil the book for you. And in my opinion, they tend to have more to do with helping explain what the book is about versus academically telling you about the author's writing process, which might not be necessary for you to know the first time you read a book. Norton Critical Editions are best for when you're at the point when you're reading a book and you want to know what other people have to say about the text, like their criticism of it, what they think worked and didn't work, which can be interesting. I just think for most people, that's not what you want during your first read. Hope that helps make sense. And said Walmart is horrible. I just can't do it. I mean, I like what they sell, but I can't. I don't like what they do with their employees either. But I just can't do Walmart. Lynn, you get tunnel vision with big stores. Yeah, that's true. You have to be like, this is what I'm coming for, not looking. Horse blinders. That's what they need to give out at the doors. And Dee says, hello, Amber. And okay, yeah, no, that's exactly what's going on there, Dee Dee. So yeah, good catch on your part that you noticed that too. Because I feel like they're tricky. I feel like Norton anthologies make you think that they're going to be talking about like a whole bunch more, and you think that like that whole end is just going to be notes and questions, and it's not. And I just remember we used them a ton in college, and we never used the essay sections. And I was like, why are these the editions of the books that we're getting? In fact, I really hope at this point that in college they're using the like Penguin Black Spine Classic editions. Because like Penguin to me is like step two. Like you've read the book once and now you want more information about the background and the writing of the book and extras. And then the Penguins give you more in notes. And then Norton is like step three. I'm writing an essay for school and it needs to like be a critical essay and I want some ideas. And I need to like cite secondary and external resources. You think it's I don't know. And for me, I know it's the store. For me, I know it's like the building and the lighting and the stuff itself that I have a hard time with. But I have heard other people have hard times with other things there. Anyway, that was our bell. Let us get back to sprinting. I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading or sprinting or productivity. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? I was literally sprinting to get back over here. I was busy over at my desk updating my bullet journal for 2025. I've decided, somewhat last minute for me, that I am going to use a bullet journal, functional, not cute and stickery, for 2025 to track like my reading and my reading goals and planning for my channel and all those things. I've used 2 or 3 different journals this year and really didn't like how any of them worked out, mainly because I found it hard to keep track of projects that I had created. I've used a bullet journal in the past and it works really well for me, so I think it'll work really well for this. Anyway, how did my reading go? My reading in 4-3-2-1 went really well. Let me turn the light on so we can see slightly better. But my reading went really well this round, and I got quite a bit read in 4-3-2-1. I'm trying to read about 80 pages a day right now so that I can finish it by the end of this week so I can focus on Nicholas Nickleby for the rest of the month. That is the plan. Yes, that is the plan. I did do 15 more minutes of tidying, so all I have left to tidy up is upstairs in my son's room, which is really a lot. We did get his bookshelves put together this weekend, so we need to start putting all his books on there. I don't think I'm going to do that today. I think I'm going to wait until tomorrow because I know there's like laundry of his that I want to do and other cleaning. Anyway, that still has nothing to do with this book. Yeah, the book is going well. It's kind of reached sort of past like a critical point in Ferguson, the main character's life, or at least in that chapter. And this book is really interesting. So I've talked about it, and the 4-3-2-1 on the cover is referencing, and this is not a spoiler, the 4 different lives of Archie Ferguson that you're following. So he's born to the same parents, he's born on the same date, but his life takes very different directions in all 4 of them. And so it's kind of seeing like, you know, does it matter who he meets and when he meets them? Does it matter what happens in the lives of other people around him? Like, how does that affect him as a character who's developing? Because it's also sort of a character study in that sense, because you are really following how all these things impact him. So it's definitely sort of a nature versus nurture experiment going on here. And it's definitely experimental. Even the writing style is like very sort of postmodern writing style, very much leaning towards that stream of consciousness kind of thing, where it's just like a flow of ideas. But unlike some stream of consciousness that I've read, the flow of this is really well done, and it feels like more a flow of ideas instead of just verbal vomit on the page. So if that makes any sense. So my reading is going well. I am about halfway through to my goal for the day, because each sprint I'm trying to read about 20 pages, which means in 2 more sprints, I should have made my reading goal for the day. And then once that happens, I may intensify the amount of productivity that I have to do and like detensify the amount of reading that I'm doing. So rather than reading for 45 minutes and doing stuff around the house for 15, I might flip those after the next 2 sprints for myself. We'll see how that goes, but I'll let you know. And let's see, let me go back in the comments and see how you guys did. We were talking about Norton critical additions when we left. And Dee Dee was saying that, oh, you have one of the Tale of Genji, and was so put off by it. Yeah, it does feel like a textbook. I will say that I feel like they're frequently used as textbooks for books, which I don't feel like is helpful, because most of the time in these classes, I feel like people are reading the books for the first time, and I'm like, they need more like Penguin Classics notes than they do critical editions. I feel like Norton editions are like the master's level textbook of these things. Um, yeah, the price and the translation, I can totally get. I do. Who's the translation of that, Dee Dee? Because I have, you can't see it right here. Let me see if I can angle it for you. I also have a shrine to my Tale of Genji. Let's see, right there. And you can see one edition I have of it. But I have multiple editions and multiple translations of that book. Um, and I think whoever the translation is of The Tale of Genji in the Norton Critical Edition, I think there is somebody else who publishes that same translation. So if you like that translation, let me know because I can probably show you what the other book is, if that makes sense. I feel like I lost my train of thought in the middle of talking. There's a huge Barnes and Nobles at the mall. Ooh. You will just go to the smaller one. I don't know. That Barnes and Nobles probably has an outside entrance. Is that the one that's in Tyson's Corner? Like one of the two that's up in Tyson's Corner? Because both of those are humongous malls. But I've definitely walked into that outside entrance of that Barnes and Nobles. Hey, Brecht, how are you doing? You're panic studying. Oh, okay, but here for a while. Okay, all right. Well, I'll make sure that we stay on those, like going back into the sprint so that you can get all the studying and best of luck on your test. And Natalie missed the chat, and your mother decided to call just before the chatty bit. Doesn't that always happen? Just posted the recipe on Discord. Thank you. And hey, Alex, how are you? Oh, thank you. Yes, I am digging the shelves as well. I am having an excellent Monday. What are you up to today? Do you have the day off? I know you've had a lot of events, which makes sense given the time of year. So I hope you have a great day. Sue made some ramen for breakfast. Nice. Got some chores done. Ooh, read in the Advent book. Watched a couple of, you did a lot, Sue. Oh, be careful. Why? What's going on? And why does Sue need to be careful? Hey, Amber Lee. Not sure what you will read today. Okay. Ooh, you finished Wind and Truth. How was it? Give us a star rating. Everybody wants to know. And you've been struggling to start something new. I'm assuming that means it was really good because that's what happens to me after I read a really good book. And thank you. Thank you guys for all the kind words about the shelves. I am absolutely loving them. Your stupid insurance would. Oh, yeah, I know. Insurance. We won't even go there. Atia got to 48% and played some Dreamlight Valley. Sounds fun. Lynn had lunch and watched a few videos and got up to 92% in your book. Ooh, you should finish up in the next sprint. Sounds good. And yes, did I miss a comment? I feel like I missed something, but maybe not. Because I feel like there was a be careful and then saying something about insurance, and I feel like I missed some comment, but maybe not. Let me know if I did. Sherry got to page 215. Nice in your book. Kristen had a quick trip to the vet for your pup. Ooh, and got groceries delivered. Nice multitasking there. And grabbed McDonald's after the vet to get your dog her nuggets. Oh my gosh, that's so cute that your dog likes her own nuggets. That's hilarious. Hey, Alicia, how are you doing? I hope you're well today. Kristen just started listening to the Undocumented Americans. Ooh, that sounds like heavy and timely. So I hope it's good. Alicia, yeah, you're joining late today. Dropped the kids off, did a Target run. Oh, that explains why. Small grocery run. Ooh, got firewood in Florida. And picked up lunch. Oh, and now to Christmas wrap stuff before reading. I should do that today. I really should wrap Christmas presents today. We will see if I get to that. Thank you, Alicia. I love them. Like if I could give them a hug without fear of like somehow rocking everything and making books fall on my head, I would. Amber switched to the audio version of the Book Thief. Nice. Hope you're enjoying it. I might have to try the audio version. I feel like that would be good for some reason. Alex read History Smashers. Ooh, what's that? That sounds fun. And you have the Washburn translation. Yes, there are other Washburn translations. I will grab it during the next sprint and I will show you what it looks like. Because I'm trying to think. I think when I read it last year, I read the Dennis Washburn translation, which I really liked. And if that's so, then yes, you will probably like it way better than the Norton Critical Edition. And you need to finish Playground. Ooh, how is that going? I really want to read it because it sounded really interesting. I'm assuming this is the Richard Powers one. Um, you never want to get back to it. Oh no. Oh, even though you're enjoying it. Oh, I have books like that. In fact, 4321 is a book that's like that. Like half the time I'm like, I don't want to get back to it. But then when I'm reading it, it's fine. I think it's just the writing style is so different than what I'm used to that it like takes me a little bit of a rev up. But the library wants it back. Oh yeah, better finish it. They're snatchy. Denise got Daisy's Nike shoes. Nice. Almost done. Oh, Delilah made a special list just for you. Oh, aren't you lucky? You'll call her after school. Then there's Abby, who never has a list. Oh no, you've got like all the varieties of gift giving that you have to do in wish list. That's hilarious. Wind and Truth. Oh, a 3 star. Oh no, like is that what you were expecting? I'm assuming you were hoping for more. How has the rest of the series been for you, Amberly? I guess that will help me figure it out. I have read Life After Life, Alex. Yeah, and it's similar in terms of you get a lot of that discussion of like how can life be different. But I feel like in Kate Atkinson's book, she talked about that theme much more prevalently. I feel like in 4321, it is brought up much more subtly. Like I'm tabbing my book and you can see, can you see? I don't know. But where there are the yellow tabs is where he's talking about the idea of what this book is about and where, I mean, like the theme of living life and the different ways that life can occur. But that's probably, there's maybe 10 times in the 420 pages so far that he's brought that up. So there are things that I feel like are similar to the book and things that are different. I do have to say, it's hard for me to say which one so far I like better. I feel like Kate Atkinson's is written in a writing style that is much more approachable and easy to read. At end of the day, though, in a lot of ways, I almost feel more invested in this character. I feel like the character that's being built here is much more interesting. I feel like I was able to grasp how he was structuring these various lives much more quickly. And there was, I'm trying to think, in the middle of Life After Life, I got super bored. That's the other thing. Whereas, and I think that book's like 600 pages. Whereas I'm 420 pages into this one. And even though I also have that weird, like, oh, I don't know if I want to come back to it thing, I have been enjoying this book the whole time. Every time I sit down to read it, I'm really enjoying it. But again, because of the writing style, it's something that I can't sit and read for long periods of time. All at once, whereas Life After Life, I could. So I would say if you liked Life After Life, I would give this a try. So hopefully that helps. Denise, probably need to order yourself a copy of The Bear and the Nightingale. Ooh, 58% back. Oh no, it's due tomorrow. Oh yeah, unless you can get it back again. Is there a wait list? Oh, I didn't get your comment. Oh, okay, that's weird. And you just said it, it's hard to do things with one hand. Oh, yes, yes. I can totally see that, right? Because you hurt your hand and you're still going with it. That's weird because I even went back and looked because I was like, I for sure have missed a comment. So I don't know where your comment went, Sue, but Anne saw it, which is good because then it made me realize that I missed it. And your house has a real wood burning fireplace. Oh, you don't get to use it often, sure. But it's nice, yeah, when you get those cold days. I bet it's super cozy. You're welcome, Dee Dee. And History Smashers is a series that gives real stories of different subjects. Ooh, women's suffrage, interesting. Life After Life has been sitting on your shelf. Yeah, I would read it. I would definitely read it. I thought it was good. Like, not best book ever, but I really found the topic that she was talking about and the themes in it really fascinating. And I thought it was really interesting how she decided to handle them in the book. There was like one section that was just too slow for me. And that might just be like a personal thing. Anyway, I'm going to get us back into the next sprint, but I will get to the last couple of comments when we come back and any comments you guys have in between that time. And so I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? I hope it went well. My reading is continuing to go well. I did spend another little bit tidying up. This time I was upstairs working on my son's room for a few, and I remembered that he had left some laundry and I needed to do his laundry. I had told him I would do his laundry for him. Normally he does it himself. But because his time was so limited, we were just like, we don't want you to spend your time doing menial tasks around the house because he has plenty of menial tasks to do while he's at school. So, yeah, I got that all set and taken away. We're super excited. We leave on Wednesday morning to go back to pick up our son and bring him home. He'll be home for Christmas break, which is 3 weeks long for him, but we will actually only be in town for 2 weeks of those, and then we will be going back to where we moved from to go and uh, visit friends and family. And wow, I should visit those of you who are in the DC area because we'll be back there for a week with literally nothing to do except to see friends. Yeah, let me know if you guys would like me to try and arrange a DC meetup in the beginning of January. It'll be like mid-January. Um, and I don't know the exact dates that will be there yet. But if you're in the DC metro area and you would like to meet up at a bookstore somewhere in DC or a coffee shop, let me know. As in really like type in the chat. So yeah, that was my sprint. Dee Dee, hopefully you're still here. If you are, I tried to show it at the beginning because I know it's not getting late for you. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like in a time warp. I think it's because it's dark. It doesn't feel like it ever became daylight, so it feels like it's evening. Anyway, this is the other Dennis Washburn translation, and this is published by Norton, interestingly enough. But look for this cover. I feel like it's still pretty easy to buy, like online. And I even sometimes run into it in bookstores. But if you look for this cover, and it's a huge, oversized paperback, um, you this is also by Dennis Washburn. It's unabridged. And it's really nice. I forgot that I was holding my finger where the notes were. There aren't a ton of notes. They are put into the book as footnotes on the bottom of your page. And a lot of the footnotes just have to do with referencing what poetry Lady Murasaki Shikibu used in the book. There's not quite as many that have to do with like what the book is about. And because of that, I would highly recommend reading the introduction to the book. There's a pretty decent length introduction, but it's not like overly long. It's 38 pages long, and I don't know that it starts on page 1. It doesn't. It's like 30 pages long. Um, and the only thing is, I don't remember whether or not in the introduction he gives away some spoilers. And there are a couple of moments in the book that really could be spoiled. But what I did like about it is that in the introduction, he does talk about some of the themes to pay attention to in the book. And he also talks about court life. So this edition of The Tale of Genji, not a lot of footnotes throughout, not a lot of endnotes, but a really good introduction to at least help set up the book for you. So I really enjoyed reading this. I thought it was a really nice translation. So hopefully that helps you. All right, let's go see where we were at. That's where we were at. Let me go read the next comment after that. If I can get my comments to work. Oh no, I've gotten them stuck. Okay, here we go. You have not had a single 5-star read this year, Amberly? Oh, that is a really meh year. I'm sorry. Oh, that's not fun reading. I hope you've had a lot of 4 stars. And Denise showered during the sprint, and Abby's easy. She likes everything you do. Oh, well, there you go. So you can just buy her like things that you would enjoy, and she would enjoy it. has a wait list. They may have a physical copy at the library. Okay. All right. Well, I hope you're able to get your book from there then. Sue's going to listen to A Cat Cafe Christmas. That sounds cozy and cute. Christina got a pair of pants almost done. Nice. Ooh, just a waistband and hem. Okay, and that's two in that stage, and you got to chapter 25. Nice progress, Christina. Hey, Chris, how are you? I hope it's been a good day for you as well. I'm doing well. And you're interested in the Oster book. Yes, it was. It was, I believe, shortlisted for the Man Booker Prize. And yeah, I did a video on it, and I realized I don't always like the winner of the Booker Prize, but I've had decent luck with the shortlist. And so I do want to more frequently start reading the shortlist, which sounds weird, but I think what it is very rarely the books that I like on the shortlist end up being the winner. And so I'd be more likely to read like 4 and 5 star books if I read everything on the shortlist than if I only read the long list book. Because sometimes the long list book is my least favorite one. So I'd be missing out on like, and I almost always have at least 1 5 star on a Booker shortlist. So I don't know. That's my plan maybe for 2025 is I'll read the whole Booker shortlist. We'll see. Hey Grace, how are you? Reading the Blonde Identity. Is that a play on the Bond, the Bourne Identity? That's funny. 39% now 41%. That was fast. Very good. I hope you're enjoying it. Sounds fun. Hey, Teresa, how are you? Oh, need to clean up the kitchen. I know that feeling. I did get my son's bookshelves. Well, they're built. We got him IKEA bookshelves, and his bookshelves are built. So now I just need to put his thousands of books on his bookshelves. Um, and an interesting question would be who has more books, me or him? I think we're in a unofficial race. I may be winning slightly, but it's questionable, to be honest. He has a lot of books, but they're all like military history, and history. Natalie made the tea mix. Ooh, sounds yum. Listening to Love Light Farms and now cleaning up the kitchen. Nice. And I bet that tea mix smells pretty good too. That would be my guess. Lynn finished the mimicking of known successes. Ooh, is a 4 star sci-fi mystery. Ooh, that sounds really good. Denise is still shopping. Yep. Intended to spend all day reading so you could finish the book today. Oh, okay. One more order. And then you need to take him to dialysis at 2. Okay. Well, I hope his dialysis goes well and that you're able to get there and back relatively quickly and finish up the shopping and then get to reading, I guess. And you're still here. Great. And Kristen listened to 20% of Undocumented Americans. Oh, it's short, I guess so. And wrapped Christmas presents. Good job. Oh, yeah, that you need to ship. I'm hoping that, well, see, all the gifts that I want to get are from like locally where we are for my parents. And I hope I'm not too late to ship them. Like, because it would ship directly to them. Guess we'll see. Not keeping up with the work part, but at least it's still productive. So true. Elisa did some household chores, washed up and wrapped some presents. Nice. Got all the things done. Kristen listened to 20%. Oh, see, it's doing one of those things where it's like repeating people's comments. It's not you, it's StreamYard. And you found that copy as a used copy. Ooh, nice. Very good. And chapter 38 out of 80. Nice, Amberlyn. That's a lot of chapters. Are they short chapters, Amber? Woo! Sherry finished your book. Continuing Snows of Western Moor next. Nice. Hey, Paula, how are you doing? Almost time for you to sprint as well. How are you doing today? What are you doing on your sprints? I've been seeing all like the fun games and stuff you've been doing. And you're very welcome. What other translations do I have? The one that's on my shelf is the Royal Tyler translation that I showed earlier. I also have I think it's Sniden Striker, something like that, which is a helpful translation to have. It's not my favorite in terms of how it's written, But because I think he was one of the first to do a popular translation into English, a lot of the study guides, one, are written by him, but two, even if they're not, a lot of the study guides and notes and helps that you can find on the Tale of Genji are based on his translation of it. Um, so that helps. And then I think those are the three main translations out there. I'm pretty sure I have every translation into English. Uh, that's my I'm not a huge rereader, but if you tell me you've changed the translation, I will reread the book. It's just how I am. Sue listened to 4 chapters in Cat Cafe Christmas. Nice. Hey, Kelly, how are you? What are you up to? You are finishing up We Are the Beast. Okay. And then starting, the Midnight Library. Trying to do your 3 books in 24-hour. Oh, for a Herkian. Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. Well, then you definitely need some sprints. You can do it, Kelly. And hello. How are you doing, Dee Dee? Good to see you. How was the end of Les Mis? That was like huge accomplishment. I want to read that book again at some point, but like maybe an abridged version. Like somewhere where someone's cut out like the sewer and Waterloo and the nuns to sing. Oh, yes. Helping you stay focused for sure, Kelly. Hey, Storm, how's it going? Not reading, eating lunch, then need to edit videos. Yeah, because you're doing Vlogmas, right? I feel like I've seen your Vlogmas. And Amber made it to chapter 39 out of 80, but the Audible says it's only 4.5 hours left. Oh, yes. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad. And there is a like spreadsheet, Amber, where you can see like all the sprints that different people are doing. So not just me, but lots of people. And there's almost always live sprints going on by someone. But they are super helpful for getting all the reading done. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that you're in the hospital, but I'm glad that we can keep you company and give you, something fun to do while you read. So I hope you feel better soon and that, yeah, you don't have to stay too long. But glad to keep you company and glad you're enjoying the sprints. And I was thinking you were talking about your book at first, Natalie, and I was like, your book smells heavenly. And then I forgot you have the tea mix going. Oh yeah, and the ginger and the turmeric. I could see that. I was just thinking of the citrus smell. Oh, right. The turmeric wood stain. Good point. Good point. Right, because then you're going to spill it everywhere. And you have to get out to the library. I know it is gross out here too, but safe trip to the library. And yeah, for Vlogmas, yep, try to keep a couple days ahead. I'm sure that's the way to do it. Oh, you loved the sewer. Did you really? You could have passed on Waterloo. Oh, because you were there in August. Oh, yeah. So that would have been like overly descriptive and too much. But interesting. I love that you love the sewer. Well, then you must have just eaten that book up. It must have just been like, oh, yes, give me more. Yeah, I feel like with Victor Hugo, and keep in mind that all of his books are like that, where he has like the tangents. So I don't know if you've read The Hunchback, but The Hunchback is notorious because he mainly wrote the book because he wanted to describe how amazing the architecture of Notre Dame was. So he wrote a story around that. But he goes into the same like tangents in that book, but in that case about the architecture of the building, which may or may not have become very relevant after the fire. Um, because I know some of the most like detailed information for a long time that they had about how it was built and the building itself came from that book. So interesting little side factoid. And you have a big problem, Teresa? You have 20 currently reading books? Oh my gosh. You want to read them, but you're constantly wanting to start new books? Yeah, finish. Finish some books. You can do it, Teresa. Just, choose one and just either finish or DNF it. Make that your goal. Is that if you're not finishing it, maybe you're not enjoying it. And yes, you should. That's right, because I forgot that you're able to read it in French. Yes, I caught that on, I think, your last Friday Reads live stream. So yeah, you should. If you loved that, then you will probably like books. From my understanding, people that don't like his other books, that is wise because they just can't stand the tangents. And Alex does that too. I will put in the chat. I will put a link to the spreadsheet. Stuck on words. Anne also has the same problem. See, you're not alone, Teresa. You've been reading bits of a bunch, try to get them done, and now you're wondering if you should choose just one to finish. Yes, do it, do it. And Alex is encouraging you in the other direction. Start more books. All right, we will get into our next sprint so that we can get going. And it looks like everybody's got lots of good advice for you, Teresa, on and suggestions on what to do next. But I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading. Hello and welcome back. How is everybody? How did that sprint go for you guys? My sprint went really well. I did spend the pretty much the entire time again continuing to read in 4, 3, 2, 1, and I am now on section I think 4. Um, I haven't looked ahead. I don't tend to do that in my books, so I don't know how many sections the book is broken up into. But so far, it's been broken up into 4 sections, and they're the different sections of Ferguson's life. So the first one is his childhood, like very early child. No, the first one is his birth and like just the situations surrounding his birth. The second one is like early childhood. The third one is his sort of like middle school years, if you will, to preteen. And the fourth one is like his teenage years through like graduating high school. So I'm assuming, based on how much of the book that I have left, that we are also going to be going through college and probably post college and like, so probably like college, like early adult life as one maybe, and then like the middle years of like working and family and young children, and then like the end of life, I'm guessing. I really don't know like where the book is gonna go, but I'm guessing that there's gonna be at least 3 sections left. But each section's then divided into 4 parts, and each of the 4 parts is a different version of his life, if you will, in some ways. It's hard to explain it. It makes more sense in the book. But that is where I am at. I'm at section 4.3. That was why I had went to look in the book. And then during the next sprint, I am actually going to move us. We are going to go upstairs. I'm going to start shelving some of the books for my son because even though he's at military school and has to stay like super neat and tidy there, he definitely likes to relax when he comes back home. And he is not by nature a neat, tidy person. So I know that if I don't have as much of his room organized as possible, he's not the type of person who's going to be interested in organizing it. So it's just going to be taken out in a mess. But if I pre organize everything and there is a place for everything to go, he will put it back in that place. In fact, most of the messes he makes are just because he has nowhere to put something. Um, and he's not good about limiting himself to the space that he has, but we have worked on that. So during the next few sprints, for sure, I'm actually going to switch to an audiobook. I just downloaded it on Hoopla. It's an audiobook I started like a couple months ago, Ride the Wind, and I will continue working on this. I haven't touched it in months. I don't think I'll need to pick it back up because where I left off, the young woman involved had just arrived at her new home. So this is a work of historical fiction. It is about one of the last Native American tribes in the U.S. And about a young woman based on a true story who was kidnapped, young white woman, well, young white girl who was kidnapped in Texas, I believe, and taken off by this tribe, and then ended up growing up with them and taking on all their habits and livelihoods and just really got incorporated into um, their group. And I don't think people figured out this had happened until, she would go to war or battle or whatever with them, and they would be like, "Why is there this blonde hair, blue eyed girl with them? Like, what's going on there?" So in that sense, it should be an interesting story. In other sense, I'm kind of like, how's this really going to go? Because this is written by a woman who decided to write the story because she thought it was an interesting story, but sounds like didn't do a ton of research. Some people say they're fine with it, like as in people who are descendants of this actual community of people. Other people are like, yeah, no, I don't think this is a good representation. So danger zone, but quick audiobook listen. Crossing our fingers that I fall on the side of people who think it's okay-ish. It's written during a time period where I have my doubts, but we'll see. I try to withhold that judgment. All right, so let's get to the comments and see how you guys did. When we left off, Teresa was saying that she has too many books that she started and hasn't finished. So you guys were helpful in giving ideas and chiming in and being like, you're the same. Natalie was suggesting to pick shorter ones. Oh, yeah. That is a good idea. Right. So you get through them more quickly. You feel like you're making progress. And at the very least, you knock a whole bunch off. So either, or not even shorter books, but the ones that you have the least pages left in to read. And if they're short as well, that also helps. Anne is trying to finish Oblomov. Yeah. How are you liking it up to the point where you stopped? And then there is the spreadsheet, the link for it for the reading sprints. So if anybody wants to know about any other reading sprints that are going on today or the rest of this week, you can find them there. Christina and a whole bunch of other people work really hard to keep that updated for all of us. But when in doubt, usually if I type in reading sprints into the search on YouTube, and then click the filter for live, it will show me all the reading sprints that are currently live most of the time. It does depend on how people title their reading sprints. So if you are a YouTuber on here and you do reading sprints and you wonder why yours sometimes don't come up for people, make sure in your title the first words are reading sprints. That helps. The algorithm does pay attention to that. Alex's husband took your van because his car had no gas. Oh, and you're not pumping gas in the rain. Yeah, okay. Library's tomorrow thing. Well, glad to have you still here. Hey, Courtney, how are you? Going to run errands. Fair. Teresa, we'll start with some of the short stories. Okay, yeah, that you started last Christmas. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. And Lynn decided to pick up the Christmas murder game. Oh, its ratings met. Okay, risking it. Got to 14%. Hey, Dina, how are you? You're working on a puzzle and listening to, The Silent Patient. Yeah, that seems like it would be dark. So that's like a funny combination of things, like doing the cozy puzzle vibe while listening to something really dark. Hopefully it's making it a medium calming experience for you. Ooh, Kelly, you finished one of your books, 5 stars. Nice. Ooh, and you started the next one, page 12. All right, Midnight Library. That should be a pretty quick one. And ate a snack. Yeah, you got to replenish. And Ricardo wrote a couple of pages, deciding if you should continue writing, watch a show, or pick up a book. What are the show and book options, Ricardo? Let us know. I know you said this like 10 minutes ago, but 59% into the blonde identity for Grace. Good job. Christina just chatted, very distractible today. That happens. Denise dropped off hubby and your sister called and you're eating some leftover pasta. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have lunch first before I move us upstairs. And then I have to put away laundry and then I will start stacking the shelves upstairs. Heather is going to join this sprint. Yay, you have some afternoon time. Yay, I'm doing well. I hope you are too, Heather. Oh, yeah, I'm glad you could join us. And Sue, no reading, did a little cleaning and laundry, and worked on your reading journal. Very nice. Yes, I've been working on my reading journal as well. Yeah, and I've got it mostly set up. It's one that I had pre-set up, so there wasn't a lot of setup I had to do for it. But because I had it pre-set up and made the mistake of labeling some of the pages, I'm still deciding how I want to use the pages. And I can always like white out some of the things. I'm a super functional bullet journaler. I am like, this one happens to be a prettier one than normal for me, but I just don't take the time. And thank you. Yes, I'm super excited to finally have my bookshelves set up. So I am loving them as well. And Sherry got to page 151. Christina did oh my gosh, I can't read. Christina finished a chapter. Okay, part 2. Yeah, that's progress. I count it as such. And you adored how they aren't lined up. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I have gotten a lot of compliments on that about people who, like how they're not like going straight across. In fact, it was funny because not long after choosing to not have them go straight across, and I can move the shelves, like I can change them so they're straight across if I want, or whatever. But a couple of days after deciding that this was how I wanted them, I happened to read an article that talked about um, like in designing bookshelves or just getting bookshelves, how there's different ways to arrange them. And they were talking kind of about the personality or what it says about you. And they were like, if you have your bookshelves straight across, they were like, that makes them look more eganized. What am I even saying? Organized and formal. And so it can make it feel and look more like, sort of a very traditional library. Or they said, you can stagger your shelves, and while it may make it look like there's a bit more chaos going on, it adds a very different feel and vibe to it overall, and also makes it look a bit more modern somehow. um, and our house is an interesting mix of traditional and modern, but I have leaned more on the modern side of it, and so that was why I chose to go with the staggered. Plus, I just thought it looked cool. I've been looking at too many mid-century modern things, so that's what you get. And Amber Lee started You Better Watch Out. Ooh, a short Christmas thriller. Fun. Teresa's Not Good with Limiting Yourself. Bags of books from the library, sailing with no place to go. You're in good company. And Christina said hello to Amber Lee as he got off of work just in time. Yay! Glad you could join us. And Kristen finished some trainings for work and read 15 pages. Ooh, and a Christmas romance. Merry Little Meet Cute. Oh my gosh, where do they come up with these names? Finish your work for the day and one more sprint. Ooh, that'll be fun. And Christina's saying hello to people. Alex made it to 80% in playground. Oh no, you're bored. Oh, bummer. That's not very promising for me, Alex, because even though we rate books slightly differently, I don't feel like we're like miles apart in our rating. I feel like it's either like I give it a 5, you give it a 4, or vice versa, or something very close like that. So, oh no. And Amberly says, hi. If not for the audiobook to read along with, you don't think you could finish. Oh, good to know. Okay, that's becoming a library pick for me. I'm glad to hear that. Not glad to hear that, but glad to know. And Christina needs to work on that today too, but there will be a few on there. Productivity is a good word to add to the title too. Yeah, yes, very true. Yes, because productivity brings a different group of people, but a lot of people who do productivity sprints will not mind joining reading sprints, I've found, so long as you're good about sticking to your timer. If it's just like super long chatty bits, which are also fun, I wouldn't bother putting the productivity in there because you'll just have a lot of, unless you like the clicks, but you won't get a lot of people who will stay. That is my experience. Heather's going to read chapter 2 of Nicholas Nickleby. Ooh, I might do that soon too. Yay for finishing, Kelly. Yes, good job. And more hellos. Ricardo, don't have any options. You're currently reading A Day of Fallen Night. Okay, yep, the prequel, yep. And yesterday you finished Agatha All Along. Okay, well, I guess you can. Well, what was the show? Or was the Agatha All Along the show? Because you mentioned a show or a book. So I was wondering what the options were between the show and the book. And Angela, thanks for the reading sprints. You're welcome. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, for the link. Yes, yes. Yeah, definitely check them out. And I'd say they're all very different. And some will be like more your style, and others you'll be like, okay, well, that's good to know, but maybe not your go-to or whatever. But it's fun to check them all out. I feel like even though there's lots of reading sprints, that everybody's just slightly different. And you need a reading journal video. Oh no, you really don't. It's gonna be like pen on black paper. But I'll think about it. Maybe it'll be like my super functional reading journal. And Ricardo is definitely writing a fantasy wave lately. Yeah, I can tell. But I do that too. And Alex, if you can find that bookshelf planning article, please share. Oh, yeah. I'll have to think where I found it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to because I feel like I was probably randomly researching something about bookshelves. And Dina was wondering what bookshelves say about your personality. It looks fun and unconventional. Yeah, there you go. Reading a Mate for the New Year. It's a short novella. Nice. And Natalie showed your husband for inspiration of what you want. He's like, no, no, I don't think I could see my niece saying something like that. Like, nope, nope. Need to line up all your shelves. All needs to be even. The books need to be even height. Oh my gosh, just wait until I do my bookshelf tour video, guys. I should put a content warning. Please do not watch if you're a super organized person and that anything less than that ticks you off. Like, you don't want to get up close and personal with my bookshelves. Like, they're organized by the alphabet, by title, within broad categories. Like A. There is no alphabetizing within that. I will let you guys know that right now. So if you're looking for that kind of organized bookshelves, look away. And hi, Rima. Just got here. Going to be reading Wattpad. Ooh, I haven't heard that one, but I hope you enjoy. And thanks for joining us. And you like the staggered look as well. Good. Yes. Oh, okay. You have to do school pickup. All right. Well, thanks for joining, Natalie. Okay, you'll be gone before the next chat, so you're probably already gone. But if not, thanks for joining us. It was nice having you here. Alex will have very similar reading experience. Yeah, just slightly off. Exactly. That's why I'm like, if you're bored, though, I'm probably going to be bored because I feel like that's the same with us. What is your favorite Wattpad or chat stories to read? I don't even know what those are. So I couldn't tell you, but maybe somebody else could. Teresa, don't know why you absolutely hate journal videos. That's so hilarious. But you love bookshelf tour videos. Isn't that funny? Like there's some things that like people like and other things that other people don't. Like for example, I feel like another good example is reading vlogs. I feel like some people really like reading vlogs and other people just like want you to sit in a chair and talk about the book. And I feel like there's very small overlap. Like I feel like it's like one of those, like it's a cilantro type of thing. And Angela's 2/3 the way through your book and you're not bored. Yay, still a 5-star. Oh, so good to hear. All right. So that is the last, I was about to say sprint, I can see. That is the last comment that I can see. So I might put us back into our sprint sooner than later. I'm going to grab my headphones. I'm going to start my audiobook. I'm going to eat lunch. And then when I'm done with that, I will move us upstairs. So so there will be a time where the screen goes black, but the timer should still stay up there. And you'll just see the little circle of my face while I'm moving us, just so I'm not making you guys dizzy. And then when we come back, you'll get to see my son's hot mess of a room because we had to make a hot mess of his room to get the bookshelves in there. And it'll probably take me the rest of the day to shelve his books. But since he told me it was okay if I didn't organize his books and could just throw them on the shelves, it may actually go relatively fast. We'll see. And maybe if I finish before the sprint's over, I'll tell you how many books he owns. It's a lot. And Ricardo, you like journal videos, but not when they do too much. You respect that it's their personal style, but it looks too busy for your taste. Yeah, I feel like some people are like super minimalist and other people are like, oh, the things. I really like both actually, because all the things I'm like, that's too much for me. And I'm too impatient to do that. But I'm impressed by the people who do, especially when they're like drawing and like Amanda Rach Leeing out their thing. And I'm like, you go. And I'm glad that you like it. Yeah, that was what I felt like too, Angela. I felt like staggering the shelves also made it feel more like art because I have a lot of wall space in here with a lot of nothing on them. And this was one of them. And I was like, if I stagger them, then it's going to look more interesting to the eye than just bookshelves. And it does. Like my new favorite place is actually sitting right across from these bookshelves and facing them, and it is visually so pleasing. Anyway, okay, we're about to go into the sprint. I'll cut this last 30 seconds and we'll just go straight into it. So I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading or sprinting or productivity or whatever you're doing. Hello and welcome back from that break, from that sprint rather. How did everybody's sprint go? Let me move you down a little bit so you can see the disaster I am sitting in. And sorry, I'm backlit. There is a floor lamp right in front of me, but if the shadow I'm seeing is correct, I don't think the light bulb is actually in. I think it's just resting inside the shade. So I will try and fix that during the next sprint so that the lighting on my face is better. Anyway, yeah, so I spent some of that sprint listening to Ride the Wind, but for some reason, right back there in that corner, my cell phone decides to drop internet connection. I don't know why. It should be fine there, but it doesn't want to be. So, yeah, I've started putting the books on the shelves, and guys, I'm nervous. So, I feel like this is going to go one of two ways. We're going to either have way more shelves than we need, which is good, because he still needs to store his board games and collectibles and all sorts of jazz. Though we also have these black cabinets to store stuff in. Or I'm not going to have enough shelves. I feel like it could go either way so far. I can tell you that on these shelves right here, there. The second shelf is almost full, and that was 5 boxes of books. No, 6 boxes of books, which might sound like you're going to be fine, Nicole. I have 11 boxes of books left to go. Now, don't worry, there's 3 bookshelves here, and there's 2 more. I still have all this. There's a lot. But everything that's in these boxes and all the boxes that are in his room and part of the pile you saw is empty boxes now. But those are maybe 4 or 5 things of National Geographic magazines because he collects those. He's a collector, soon to be hoarder, but by the time he's that old, it won't be my problem. All the magazines are going to go on the bottoms of his shelves. So I know I have enough space for that. And I don't even think he has that many magazines. And then everything else in here is like board games. Some of this, like this box is Lego and Playmobil, aren't even going to go in his room. They're going to go in the garage. And some of the boxes have less stuff in it. Like this box is not full. Neither are any of these boxes you can see in the screen. They're not full. I've already sorted it. Because some of it just had like other stuff like bedding and curtains. But I have two empty shelves, one mostly empty shelf, and one half full shelf left to go. And I have 11 boxes left. So place your bets now as to whether or not you think there's going to be enough bookshelves. I think there is, but I think they're all going to be pretty full. That's my guess. Okay, while we were sprinting, Rima chimed back in. So there is information about what Wattpad is, as well as chat stories. I knew about neither, so thank you for letting us know. Teresa was listening to the news special report. Oh no, I don't know what happened, but I will look and see. Oh, it was another school. Oh gosh. That's just horrible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I wouldn't write it in the comments because it'll probably block you. But we can look it up if you want to know more. Yeah. So just go online and just Google that and you'll probably find, yeah. 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 Go on the news. Yeah. And I'm just going to skip the rest of that conversation. Yes, and everybody wants to stay on sprints, so nobody is going to fill it in. And thank you. Yes, I think he has some great books as well. What's on the shelf? You want what's on the shelf for my son? Maybe I can convince him while he's home to do the video himself. That would be a lot of fun. And he comes home on Friday. I should know because I'm driving him back. But this week, my son will be home this week. And maybe once we've tidied up at least this area and the other area of his room, which should be pretty fast to do, I'll see if I can convince him to come on and talk about his books. Because he said I could go ahead and just throw them on there. And I told him they won't be organized. But he's claiming that's okay. But I guarantee you he's going to come home and organize them. I can tell you, shall I bring you over to the shelves? It'll be a little shaky, but I will try and keep it as still as possible. But let me show you what I'm doing. I'm going to have to, oh, wait. No, I'm not going to bring you over because remember, I was saying the Wi-Fi is not good over there. I'll do a video. But what I am doing, I can tell you, the very top shelf are the kids' books that he refuses to let go of because, like I said, he's a hoarder in the making. The second shelf down, which is, I guess this one. Yeah, the second shelf down. I've been putting his fiction books on because all 3 or 4 of the rest of the shelves are nonfiction. He's a huge nonfiction reader. So he has one sad little shelf of fiction. And am I putting aside the books of his that I want to read so I could easily find them? Yes, I am. Oh, good, Claire. I'm glad it's relaxing. And I'm sitting on a box right now of, I don't remember what's in this box, but nothing that will get ruined by my sitting on it. And he does know. He does know because we weren't bringing the ones that he had. And he was like, you're getting me new bookshelves, right? And like, not in a demanding way, but just like, how are you resolving this issue when we move? And I was like, yes. So we've been talking to him about them. He doesn't know what they look like. He does know that we have them, and he does know he's going to come home to his books on the shelf. It would have been a great surprise, but I didn't want him to be stressed out by the catastrophe his room was when he left after Thanksgiving. Yeah. The Achebe poems I've set aside. I know exactly where they are. I already have, when I unpacked, 4 books of his. Yes, I think that was the H.P. Lovecraft. It's one of those Barnes and Nobles, like super fun ones. Oh yeah, see, Angela has that one. And hopefully, his method for shelving before, it's complicated because he has a lot of history books. So then it's like, do you do them by area? Do you do them by time period? He had his organized, like his kids' books were really well organized. His history books, after a while, because some of them are really tall, they're all different sizes. After a while, some of it was just based on what size shelf they could go on, and then a little bit by area, but not like mine at all. Usually as close to topic as he can get it. Diana loves the At the Mountain Madness. You're afraid to read anymore. I'm afraid to read H.P. Lovecraft at all. I was amazed he did. He read a couple. And yeah, the Prophet. I have no idea. And Continue at Your Place. Oh, snack sprint for you. Nice. Kelly cleaned the kitchen and read 25 more pages. Wonderful. You finally got into it. Yes, nice, good. You got a new closet system. Oh, yay. And then read half of chapter 2. Nice. Don't quite understand what's going on. Yeah, I feel like I never understand everything that's going on at the beginning of Charles Dickens' books until the second time I read it. So I'm sure I will be there with you. Dina got to 77% in The Silent Patient. Ooh, yikes. Hanging on just to see. Oh, you guessed the twist right. Christina got another pair of pants. Yes, good job. Yes, remember to hydrate. I left my water downstairs, so I'll have to do that. Alicia just got back from picking up the kiddos. Nice. Might have to wait to do more wrapping, but now you can marinate the chicken. Nice. Do some reading. Fun. Denise is voting that the shelves will be full. Oh, and you're still shopping, Denise? Oh, good for you. Gave up on being able to finish the book. It's now in your Amazon cart. Well, at least you'll get it soon and on the wish list at a library. You would do the same, put aside the books. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, just gonna put these down by the end. Oh, thank you, Denise. I will let him know that people are interested. Hey Zoe, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I hope you've been well as well. That was a lot of wells. Um, the Billy bookshelves are not that difficult to assemble. My husband assembled all five of them yesterday afternoon. And he did not, or no, on Saturday. He did it Saturday while we were sprinting in the afternoon. They're just a little time consuming. And the only part that he finds difficult is nailing on the back, which is why I did it. Um, and that part's not difficult. You just have to like measure it right and it can get off, blah, blah, blah. But I would say it probably takes like 20 minutes a bookshelf to put them together. I mean, it's laborious. And I will say you probably, these aren't the ones with the extension piece on top. Um, but I will say that even without the extension piece and even without the shelves in it, they weigh a lot. So they're really heavy to lift up. So you could probably put it together on your own. You would probably need help for sure standing it up though. And Diana is going back to fairy tales. Well, very good. Well, I have a lot of bookshelves to keep working on. So I'm going to put us back into the sprint early. I will keep, if it's not too distracting, showing you guys books that I find that are interesting. And there are lots of interesting things. I mean, there's Che Rivera's in here somewhere um, because being a history major, my son really wants to know everybody's thoughts on everything. He's a complete fan of like, read what the winners and the losers have to say because he's like, this is important in strategizing, especially when the losers are like should have lost, let's say. Uh, Alicia, Target has a sale of buy one, get one 50% off. Don't tell us that, Alicia. You should probably not have bought some. You should probably not have said that to some. I mean, but then again, maybe I should have. And yes, if I can put, yeah, if my husband and I can put them together, you can put them together, Angela. It's just the lifting that might be hard. You're disappointed in Target's book selection. Yeah, it is very TikTok influenced. That's very true. Yeah. Um, and you're listening to Christmas music while you're on Wattpad. That sounds so like cozy. And Kristen thought the same about Target this weekend. Yeah, all book talk books. Yeah, that is very true. And I mean, I mean, TikTok's probably shopping at Target. let's just be honest. So it's probably a good like boon if you really like those books, all in one place. Get your Target stuff and all that jazz. All right, let's go into the next sprint, and I'm going to see if I can fix this light first. And I agree, Alex. I saw your comment. It was not always like that. I feel like it's become more like that over time. And my guess is because that's what's selling very easily and in mass quantities and easy for Target to get in mass quantities. All right, back into the sprint. I'll see you guys in an hour. You'll see me the whole time. Okay, I'm almost done. We have more than enough shelves. You can see right here that these bottom 3 shelves are empty, though the bottom one will be magazines. The middle 2 will be books, but the 3 shelves over this one, like these top 3 shelves aren't completely full yet, and I haven't even pushed the books to the side. So there's room there, and then I'll show you the other one. That one's almost completely empty. And then this shelf right here actually has a room for like 3 more books. So I'm thinking that the shelf you can see right behind me will for sure be full. I have a full box and a half left of books. And then I have these collector edition books that he has. So that's probably going to be the rest of that bookshelf. And then this is actually kind of a good situation to be in because I have his games to put away, which will go in one of these black cabinets. And then he has a ton of stuff for minifigures that he builds. He and they're in boxes over here somewhere. So once I find them, I'll show you a sample of them. But he like puts them together and he hand paints them. And so there's a ton of material for that. In fact, one of the things that spilled in one of these boxes was magnetic grass. Yes, magnetic grass. I had no idea that was a thing, but it is. And for some reason, they threw it into a box with books. And fortunately, magnetic grass, as it would sound, mainly just sticks to itself and metal, but it is still very clingy. But it slides off paper. And there's paper on the bottom, like packing paper on the bottom of the box. So once I empty the box out, I'll just have to dump the magnetic grass back into the thing it belongs in. And I already see this, so I'm going to go to this comment first. Kristen Googling magnetic grass. It's for like modeling kits, like the grass that like stands up. It's because it's very easy to like place and get it to cling together very tightly on top of glue or like some base that you're doing. So I'll show you something that he's used the magnetic grass on. So let me go back in the comments to where we left off and hopefully I'll catch up. But I'm almost done. His room is still going to be a complete mess because there's like going to be a pile of like 20 boxes that are now empty over there. I will break those down tomorrow. I did see your comment, Angela, asking if I was counting, and I was like, crud, no, I'm not. So I did just count. I just need to count the books in that last box. So when we come back from our next sprint, I will tell you how many books he owns. And I hope if you were watching, I was occasionally giving Chef Kiss, mainly to some of the children's books, because most of his books, like I said, are nonfiction and I have not read. But his children's books are, by and large, all books that I bought him until he could read. And then after that, he went wild. But Nanny Piggins, if you have not read this children's book and you don't read children's book, find a child in your life who cannot read yet and read that book to them. You will be doing them and yourself a favor. Nanny Piggins, I swear, that and Ordinary Boy are 2 series that I never hear anyone talk about that are absolutely hilarious. Like going through his children's books, I could do a whole video on books that you should read to children who can't read yet, that they will continue to read once they can read. In fact, some of these books were the books that encouraged my son to learn how to read because I couldn't reread them to him enough. And then one of the other cool things that he has that he's absolutely loved is this Power Bible, which is a set of comics. And there is one for every book of the Bible. So if that's something you enjoy, he loved these. And they're not super wordy. So even before he could read, he kind of enjoyed looking at the pictures. And then as he learned how to read, he was able to really start working through them fairly quickly. But I hope you enjoyed the variety of books that are on his shelf. All right, now let me get to your comments. Um, Alex was saying, now your husband doesn't have to worry about losing you to the book section while you run in for groceries. Yeah, true. And Rima stopped reading Wattpads and just finished going through your journal, writing a list of all the books you wrote down during the year. Nice. You're going to have to try and get more paperbacks because of arthritis. Yeah. Yeah. And floppy ones because then you can lay them flat on a table. And yeah, he has homegoing. I will admit that was something that he had to read in high school, but he did enjoy it. Teresa, you have a water leak in your front yard. Oh no. Oh no. And it's your responsibility. Ow. Oh gosh. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Depending on what it is, it might not be too much. I know at Christmas too. I'm so sorry. I also love to walk in the woods. I thought it was hilarious. I haven't read many more of his. I am making progress, Christina. I'm almost there, and it is a lot of books. So I can understand why you don't have that many, and they're a pain to move with. Don't own that many books unless you can afford to have somebody else move them for you. You also love to walk in the woods, but some don't enjoy his humor. That is true. And thank you for the reminder, Angela, because I wasn't. And I caught up, though. Now I know. And Denise is leaving at 5:30. Bye, Denise. You've probably already left. Oh, you're going to listen to the chat on your way. Okay. Well, I'll make sure to try and describe things I'm talking about then in case you're still listening. And Sue has an appointment for your arm tomorrow. Yay! Talked with your daughter, read the novella, working on a jigsaw puzzle, and making rice and broccoli. Oh, it's almost time to make dinner, guys. I'm like, can we order out? I just did some stuff. I'm so hot. Today was not the day to wear a sweater. And Heather, for that sprint, got the animals fed, making dinner salad, did finish chapter 2 of Nicholas Nickleby. Ooh, funny, you really need someone around to make jokes about crumpets and muffins. Yeah, that's going to be me, apparently. Oh, I can't wait. Now I really want to read the second chapter. And yeah, I picked up that copy of Lord of the Rings like ages ago, like long before the movies came out, thankfully. So it was actually pretty cheap. And then I don't know if you saw, but I put away the whole Harry Potter collection. And I should mention, the Lord of the Rings is mine, and the Harry Potter is mine. Like when he moves out of our house, he's not taking the Harry Potter. And I know J.K. Rowling is like on everybody's blacklist, but in complete fairness, those are first edition before she said or did anything, before anybody knew who she was. Because I was actually teaching middle school at the time those books were still coming out, and it was the only thing I could get some of my kids to read. And they would read them, man. They would eat it up. And so I'm not mad about that. She got kids reading. And hey, Christina, super late, but had a busy day. Yes, you think you're going to use your sprints to make your peppermint bark. Ooh. And put some more decorations. Oh, yeah, that's a late start. But hey, better late than never. And it sounds fun and cozy. Hey, Julia, how are you doing? You got home from work at the beginning of the last sprint, and you're almost done with the 5th series of Unfortunate Event books. Yes, that was the other series that I showed. All 13 books in the series of Unfortunate Events, which we bought when my son could not read yet. So we read all 13 of them to him. Granted, I quit after book 10. I was like, I cannot do this any longer. So my husband solo read the last 3 books because I was like, I'm over it. I don't care what happens to any of them. Him and my son finished the last 3 books as like penance, basically. 4 more days until winter break. Yay! And good thing your students and you are driving each other nuts. I know it's that time of year, isn't it? Oh, and Krista was Googling magnetic grass. Diana, or get some bingo wands. Bingo wands. What are those? And Kelly's daughter came home and showed you all of her Christmas shopping. Oh, no, so you only got another 30 pages done. Oh, but it's book 3. Okay. In 24 hours is a true challenger. Yeah, I bet. I knew that would be like my challenge one too. Oh, and you'd watch the children's video. I'll probably do some because there are some books that I swear I never hear anyone talk about. And they're older books and the stories. Apparently, I really like hilarious children's stories. And some of these are amazingly hilarious. I mean, come on. It's a pig who's a nanny. And she doesn't cease to be a pig. Like she's not a pig. She's a pig in a world of humans. Like it's ridiculous. What is the comic for numbers? Oh, good question. Let me see. Was that the one that I showed you? It does say what book it is. Actually, it calls them different names. I'll see if I can figure it out because I think sometimes they combine a couple of Bible stories. I mean, not Bible studies, a couple of books together. So I will check. Yes, check out the Nanny Piggins. Please do. Let me know how much you love it, Angela. Amberly's up to page 129. You wish you could recommend it, but alas, oh no, you're just not going to get that 5-star for the year. Bill Bryson didn't age amazing. I could see that. I could see that because humor is hard, especially if you're poking fun at other people. Ooh, good to know. He sometimes reads as a tad mean-spirited. I could see that. I could see that, especially with the guy he goes touring with. I could definitely see that. And just had Neely call and said she was bringing supper. Yum. Christina got another pair hemmed during that stage. Ooh, that makes 4 and got to chapter 35. Nice job. Christina was saying hi to Christina. Diana, the bingo wands pick up bingo chips when you clear your cards. Oh, so I could use that to pick up the magnetic magnetic grass. But it actually literally just pours right off the packing paper because I already, it was on top of the box of stuff as well as falling to the bottom of the box of stuff. And I tried it. And the only issue is that I learned that I need to put paper down when I pour it into the thing because I had poured it on top of my dining room table. And then when I went to brush off the stuff that had spilled, it just got stuck in the grain. And then that was a pain to get out. I got it out, but it was a pain to get out. Okay, so I'm going to get these last 2 boxes done. That's my goal this sprint. Because I still can't get my phone to work if I go over in that corner. It'll stop my audiobook and then I have to start it again and then it has to decide which internet it's going to connect to and it's a mess. So I've been listening to nothing. So I'm going to get these last 3 boxes. It's 3 boxes I'm going to do because it's 1.5 boxes of books. And then I'll show you. He has this collection of aviator collector something that are really large books that also need to go on the bottom of a bookshelf. So I'm going to empty those 3 out and then we'll move back downstairs and then I've got to start cooking dinner. But dinner is cheeseburgers and french fries. And the french fries I can just put in the oven to start. Okay, help me out here, Frosty, because it's going to be a night. And hey, Shannon, how are you doing? Just stopping in to say hi before your daughter's band concert. Ooh, well, I hope it goes well for her and that you enjoy it as well. Thanks for stopping and saying hi. Kelly misses band concerts. My son used to play trumpet. In fact, his trumpet is right here on the floor in its case. But he's at military school and they have a band. So it was don't mention you ever played an instrument unless you want to be in band. And band company is its own whole thing. Oops, sorry. Comments are jumping. Alex kept having to turn the Wi-Fi off on your phone. You don't usually have a problem at home, but you keep losing connection. Same. I think here it's because of the rain is messing it up. And hey, Elena, how are you doing today? Oh, gosh, not even getting into it, Alex. And Kelly says hello to Elena. Oh, you're having hamburgers and fries too? Ooh, nice. Yeah. We'll have salad, hamburgers, fries, maybe some sort of side veggie of some sort. Wish we had pickles, but we don't. So we'll probably just have cucumber salad and I'll pretend. Well, that's gotta be a good one, right? Or the weather. You never know. You never know. All right. That's the last comment I can see. We have 13 seconds left, so I'll just let that go ahead into the next sprint, and I will see you in an hour with the total count. And I will do one last pan so you can see all the bookshelves and the horrible mess on the floor that I have to clean up tomorrow. Welcome back. We are back downstairs in front of my bookshelves. And yeah, there was a wardrobe change. I had to get out of that sweater because I was over it. And I left my water upstairs, so I had to go and get a different water because I'm not going back up there until tomorrow, where I will then look and see what I've done and contemplate my choices. Anyway, I was able to spend the vast majority of that sprint after I finished putting away the 3 boxes, got dinner started, and then I was finally able to listen to some of Ride the Wind, which is very violent, but overall, like, is okay. Is okay. Like, I don't know how accurate she's representing anyone in this story. I'll be honest. Like, doesn't matter what race you are. I don't know how accurate and historical. That's what I would say. I don't know how historically accurate um, anything is in this book, but it seems okay. It's good enough. Like, I'm sure if you look into it, it will just go downhill. But anyway, I do have a final book count total for my son's books, if you've been here for the last couple hours, or at least the last 2 sprints. So if you haven't guessed, feel free to enter a guess below the total number of books you think my son owns. And you saw them, they were all on the shelves upstairs if you were here during the last 2 sprints. If not, you can like quickly go and look back and I show what it finally looks like at the end. And he still has plenty of space on his bookshelves, which is good because, like I said, he has a lot of stuff that he's going to like crafts and different things like that. That I can get him little bins to put in. And so the shelf that is on the left, what I might do is he had 2 shelves that were like partially empty. And so what I might do is the shelf that was on the right, I might move all the rest of his books over to the other shelf so that he has one full shelf that he can use for crafts and put bins on and things of that nature. So let's see how you guys did. Anne was saying you have, oh yeah, a lot of leftovers. You don't understand why she's bringing more food. I didn't think about that. Oh, yeah. Ha. Funny. Oh my gosh. And yes, you saw me in the morning. Oh, nice. And Teresa wants to know, Alex, if you live out east, you're in Connecticut, but from North Jersey, which is where your family still is. And Anne has seen what you thought were drones in northern Delaware. Oh no, Anne. Probably. Yeah, they are everywhere. Oh, you're just across from New Jersey. Okay. That makes sense. You're very welcome, Dina. You're doing dinner. Yeah, I'll have to make this sprint short. I mean, this chat short so that I can go and like get my fries out the oven. And then you're off to a holiday party. Oh, have fun. And sure, I hope you can stay next time all day as well. Thank you. And my allergies, thank you for asking, did pretty well. I definitely needed to just sit here and breathe a little afterwards. But yeah, they weren't too bad. Partially because I was just using the same one box over and over again. Yeah, but that's another thing I'm going to have to do tomorrow is wash his bedding because I was putting the boxes on his bed and his allergies for dust aren't as bad as mine. But that's the other reason I really wanted to do this because there was space in the loft upstairs, but it was being taken up by his book boxes. So now that all the books are put away, tomorrow I can break down all the boxes that I just emptied. And then I can take the rest of the boxes you saw and take them out of his room and put them in the loft area. And then they can stay there. And as we slowly over the next 2 weeks put stuff away in them. But at least when he comes home this week, his room should pretty much be cleared of all boxes. I think I'll have enough room that there won't need to be any boxes in there. And so that would be nice because I hate sleeping in a room with boxes. So, but thank you for thinking about my allergies. And Diana's, your son would say, time to break out the Legos. You made room on your few bookshelves and have noticed that some Legos have appeared. That's hilarious. Yeah, my son definitely, when he was younger, would have been like, "Oh, here's space for my Legos." Thank you, Angela. I know it was so satisfying to finish. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the drones would be annoying everyone. And good evening, Sherry. How are you this evening? And hello, Drew. Just joining, currently reading Never a Hero. It's on your TBR from Mary Bookmas. Nice. Well, I hope you get some good progress in. And Alex, you folded so much laundry. Ooh, almost done in playground though. Has it gotten better? And Amberly, oh no, Amberly, 2 stars. I feel so bad. I'm just constantly thinking about how you're like, there's not really been much good going on. Oh, and okay, so Denise is guessing 724. Alex is guessing 1100. Angela's guessing 545. Books do add up fast. I understand that for sure. And Sherry finished your essay. Very nice. Good job. And you feel like your kids might be crazy, but you missed the picture. You were in your car. Hey, that's totally fine. Teresa's coming in at 888. Atia just woke up from a nap. Welcome back. Sherry's guessing 800. Ooh, I feel like this is getting the price is right. 801. Julia finished the Austere Academy. Ooh, the plot is thickening. Nice. Moving on to The Truth About Animals. Ooh, that sounds good. Is that a nonfiction? Kelly hit 100 pages in Midnight Library. Ooh, what time is your 24 hours over at, Kelly? You're finding yourself not caring. Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I know that book got a lot of hype, but I was like, yeah. And I read it in a book club, and none of us really cared. So it's not just you, Kelly. DB, still no reading, have not been home too long. Makes sense. Sue's still working on your puzzle. Read today's chapters in 25 days. Nice job. Kristen's about halfway through the book and got the laundry switched over. Important. Contemplating what to have to dinner. I agree. And bye, Courtney. Thanks for joining. And I'm glad you're doing good, Sherry. I'm doing well. Alex, playground jumps around too many perspectives. Oh, okay. And then you're like, okay, okay. Well, I tend to be okay with perspective switches, so maybe I'll like it. Price is Right style one. I love it, Kristen. One book. Sure, it was close then. Alex, feel like what it's is supposed to be the main narrative. Oh, is your least favorite? That can make it hard. Oh yeah, Kelly. Oh no, you're good. You're good. You got until 5 a.m. No, you got this in the bag. And Alex, if it was a price for right, someone did though. Plus one to me scream. Oh my gosh. Okay. So that's the last comment I see. So I will reveal the total. So all his books are on the shelf. Now this is not including any of his magazines, which will take up the whole bottom, but I feel like that's a totally different category. So this is all his books, all his collective things. It's not including the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit or the like 2 other books of mine that I found that were up there, but it is including his comic books, his graphic novels, yeah, and like novels and nonfiction. That a total of 566 books. So depending on how you count it, I think Angela was our winner, but she may have been over. So if this was The Price is Right, who would have won? Oh, no. Angela was not over. She had 545. Ooh, Angela, that was a pretty good guess. Yeah, you're only 21 off. So there you go. Angela wins. Yay! Oh my gosh. I so want to be on The Price is Right. But like The Price is Right, like from the 80s and 90s. Because nowadays, I have no clue. Drew got to chapter 18 and Never a Hero. Nice. Hey, Dee, how are you doing? I feel like it's been a while. I hope you're well. Yeah, you are under. Congrats, Angela. Yes, you win the showcase. What's in the showcase? The only one that matters, right, is the brand new car. Let's just be honest. If she had been over one, they have one. That's true. Congrats, Angela. Okay, I don't know if you heard, but that was my timer for the French fries. So I need to get those out of the oven before I burn them. So I'm going to be cooking dinner in this and then eating dinner in this, but I'll probably still be listening to my audiobook of Ride the Wind. So you guys have got another hour. I'm going to go ahead and skip the rest of our break. And I will see you when we get back. Now you guys just have to guess whether I have more books than my son does. All right, I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? That was a dinner sprint for me and it was yummy. I feel like I haven't had a cheeseburger and fries, like home cooked one, in a while. I don't think I have. Interesting. And then I also had some chocolate ice cream, and I still have some more chocolate ice cream. So, yum yums on the kick drums. All right. I was able to listen to quite a bit of Ride the Wind. I was going to tell you how far I made it in my audiobook, but it closed the app and now I can't see. So let's see how you guys did. I will say that we're coming up on 8 o'clock, which means that our next sprint will be our last sprint. So let's make it a good one. Teresa says, "Oh yeah, because we were talking about who won." And Teresa, she wins any book from the shelves. What shelves, Teresa? Your shelves? My son's shelves? Not my shelves. I'm pretty sure my son's not gonna let anything go either. And Sherry, yes. Congrats to Angela. The oven was singing. Actually, in all fairness, the oven just does a long beep. The washing machine will sing you like a whole song, dance routine, recital number. I know they're so musical. On the one hand, the washing machine will sing so long that no matter where I am in the house, I eventually hear it. But on the other hand, I'm like, I would come back. Like, oh my gosh. Oh, you have more than both of us. See, it's fine. It's totally fine. And Angela thinks I have more books than my son. And you think I have more? I have to remember. I counted the other day. Amber, you've missed the last few sprints. Oh, yay, you were discharged. Yay. Oh my gosh, congratulations, Amber. That is so good. I'm so happy for you. So this has just been a good day all around for you. You find a new fun activity to do off reading. You get discharged from the hospital, which is awesome. I'm so glad that you got discharged, that you're happy, healthy. I hope you continue to feel better and better. And Anne is also happy that you're home. Yes. Hey, Sophia, how are you? Thank you. Yes, the shelves. Oh, you're just cooking dinner for the family. Ooh, empanadas. Yum, yum, yum. I hope they enjoy. Yay, Christina, finished your book. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And bye, Kelly. I guess Kelly's going to sprint now. You're very welcome, or live stream at least. And hopefully Kelly finished her final book. Oh no. No, you hate the whole book, the ending, all of the above? Oh no, Alex, I'm so sorry. And you spent the whole day on it too. Oh my gosh, what a bummer. The overstory story and bewilderment were 5 stars. Really? You disliked the playground that badly? Oh no. Because I only kind of sort of not really liked the overstory. I want to try it again eventually one day, but I'm just not a fan of stream of consciousness, even though he doesn't totally do it, but he kind of sort of does. You know what I'm talking about? And so I didn't really like the writing style in the overstory, though I'll be honest, this has a very similar writing style, and I'm digging it. I don't know why. I may have just picked it up in the right second. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you didn't buy it either. Yikes. Wow. Library read for me for sure. Hey, Kathy, how are you? 3 chapters into Gathering Blue, had dinner, and now a nice cozy evening. Oh, that sounds so nice. And Shannon's back from the winter concert, now to do some reading. Nice. Hope the concert went well and was very cute. Sue finished the puzzle, fed the cat, started Jingle Me Bells. Cute. Kristen's over halfway done with Undocumented Americans. Ooh, you made some good progress on that today. Ate dinner, just ended up heating up leftovers. Too tired to cook something. I know that feeling. I'm glad you had leftovers to heat up. Denise finally did some reading. Yay! 4% at 46% in the book. Great. Hey, welcome to Woods. How are you? Glad to catch a sprint before bed. Yes, I'm glad you can make it. Reading the second book in The Wizard of Oz. Ooh, how's that going? And then read chapter 2 in Nicholas Nickleby. Okay, I'm gonna have to get on this chapter 2 business. You guys are all so good. um, Denise thinks that I will probably have more books than my son, and is also glad that Amber's now home. Yes. Oh, and they did so well. Oh my gosh, little kids singing is just like the cutest thing ever. Hey, Anna, how are you? Just finished work and we'll take a short break while talking to your partner. Nice. Have a shower, read a bit. Sounds like you got a nice evening ahead of you. I'm glad you made it for the last hour as well. Speaking of which, why is my timer at like a really high number still? Oh, because it's still like long break. That's like however long I made it. I don't even know how long I made the long break. But apparently it's long. We won't be on break for that long. But yeah, I'm glad you were able to make it, Anna. I am gonna put up that we're gonna go into our last sprint. Dee's pushing the night hard at 1 a.m., bringing all the colors in the dark. Oh no, 37 pages left. Yeah, you need to finish that. Yeah, yeah. I know that feeling where you're like, must stay awake, must finish the last of the book. You can do it. You can do it in this next sprint. Don't fall asleep. Fight to stay awake. All right. So during this sprint, I wanna finish my ice cream. So I'm gonna keep listening to my audiobook. And then in the meantime, I've been working on my reading bullet journal. This is the one I chose. It's huge. There's no way that this is gonna last me way more than a year. But I don't know, because then again, the way I have it laid out, I think does actually no, it uses up more than a year. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say how long was I thinking of going through this? So we'll see how this works out, but I'm already feeling better at the idea of using it as a bullet journal style. This is a Melquel Rios notebook, in case anybody cares. Well, let's see if it'll focus. Probably not. Oh, it almost tried to. Yeah, no, it's not going to. Sorry. I'll put the name of it in the comments in case you want to know. So Alex said you want to read Dead Until Dark, but that will probably wait for bedtime. Makes sense. You have to read 2 chapters and Born a Crime. Oh, to catch up to where your son's at. All right, well, let's do that. Let's get into this last sprint. It's going to be one last 1 hour long sprint. There's the timer. I'll see you all in an hour. Happy reading.